morning, chat. Hope y'all are doing fantastic today. Today, we continue with the bee, and specifically, I need to find a beehive. That's what I'm missing. So, no, I should update that at some point, so I just get rid of that warning. Anyway. Yeah, I need a beehive. That's not gonna cut it. Anyway. Before that, let's do our startup. Timer. And today, I think we finally know how to clear this mission. Phase 1 is still going to be tricky. But I have done it before, so let's see. Second phase, theoretically, is a lot easier. All right. Big chunk of damage done. Actually, a very big chunk of damage done. That is blood. How are they tanking that? What is happening? I mean, I'm not complaining. Don't get me wrong. This is awesome. I'll take it. Uh-oh. Do not want those guys synced up. That would be bad. Oh no! Well. Excuse me. No. What am I supposed to do about that? That was all kinds of hot garbage. Hmm. I don't think I need Spirit's Gift. I think this is what to do. I think if I position my spirits better, use that to teleport away from the nightmares. Come on, damage. Oh no. Nope, 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 nope. All right. I think we are back in business. All right. Okay, get energy back. Figure out positioning. Mm-mm. Can you stop? Stopping would be great. Holy cow. Okay. Try this again. Hey there, Froggy. How's it going? What? What are... I don't like you guys. These attack faster, spirits. Alright. We're in business. No. Come on. No, no, no. No, no, no. There we go. Woo! He was in the process of summoning another one of himself. And those guys can cause a very bad feedback loop. Okay, so this is the scary group. Pretty sure. Think? Maybe not. We're gonna wait for that one. This is the scary one. No. Okay. Whoa, what was that? Foes take damage each time, each second this text is in effect. Okay. I was supposed to be taking damage every second there, and the game just wasn't updating for that. That's fine. Okay, here's another one of the scary ones. Oh, no, no, no. Bad, 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 bad. No! Why? What the heck? I call shenanigans. I call all the shenanigans. The best way for me to get a bit more damage. I don't know. Especially if they're gonna just ignore my spirits, like, there's not a whole lot I can do. How much time do we have? 3 minutes. Alright. Enough for phase 1. If that. Okay. Spirits will be less tanky this time, but we'll be able to spam them a little easier. Come on. We're almost there. Oh god. Seriously? What the heck? Bill. I have 50 seconds. Plenty of time, right? Plenty of time. Oh no. This is not great. How are you maintaining 2 whirlwinds? Not loving that. No. I'm dead. Yep. Okay, I don't know what the difference was that time. Like, I don't feel like I did much different. Oh well. It's clearly going to be down to a combination of RNG and better execution. Alright. So the next thing I need is a beehive. I guess Fab is going to be the place to get it. That looks pretty reasonable. Is that all I get when searching Hive? Huh. No animation. Maybe I can make my own animation. The animation that I want is simple enough that maybe even I can do it. But before I do that, what about CG Trader? And because I don't trust this site, I'll do the first search off screen. Honestly, with how simple these are, I almost feel like I should just make it myself somehow. Alternatively, can I find one for free? Because it is such a simplistic model. Might be something that's just out there for free. Like, and there's not even interesting texturing on most of these. This one wouldn't show through. The heck is this? Yeah, that's not what I'm looking for. What about open game asset? Game art. Nope. And the next search I'm going to do off screen, because don't trust this site either. there's nothing here. I don't really care for it. There's a 2D beehive. But it's kind of lumpy and squashed. I do want, in theory, I want an animation where it drops and breaks. That would be cool. Don't really know how to do that, but that would be cool. Does Google have anything for me? No. Could I recolor this and scale it in such a way to be usable? Maybe? Okay. Are you serious? That's what you're considering an animation? Gotta be kidding me. Yeah, no, that's super lame for what you're getting. Fun. I'd pay like 5 times that to have just a finished solid animation. Game developers. I think I've looked at this site before. Yes, I've seen this site before. Okay, how am I gonna do this? How? There a different way I can search this? Like, Beehive might be too specific. Like, I'm thinking the Beehive would also just be in asset packs that have a whole bunch of props. Forest props. Cartoon. And this is going to be too general to find it. Like, any of these could have what I want. I'm just never going to know. Kind of gorgeous. Not what I need, but very pretty. Wait. This is not 3D assets. This is just an image. Huh. Sure. Ooh, what if Kenny has something? Yeah. Thing is, it wouldn't come up in the search result. Guess let's limit by 3D. Nope. Nothing. Okay. I guess there's also just the option of having it fade. Alright, so let's just check out some real-life beehives for reference. Hey there, still needs work. How's it going? Yeah, that doesn't look photoshopped at all. Good job. Heck. I'm doing pretty good. What I'd like to find today is a beehive that I can have fall to the ground and crack open. Or like a death animation. That'd be cool. But I don't think I'm finding that because we are 20 minutes into the search and I got nothing. I don't necessarily need a beehive, but for what I'm planning for the next step of the bee, it would be wise to have a beehive in it. Okay, let's get rid of Adobe stuff. Get rid of iStock. A natural hanging beehive, not like a beekeeper's beehive. Chris, Butterstock. Free picks. I did a negative search with your name. Why are you still there? Oh, because I spelled it wrong. Yeah, absolutely none of these look like they'd have an animation. Why is this impossible to find? No, I do not want Beehive Studios. Ah! All right. Oh, what is she sending me? Girl, we already looked at this one. I would like the animation to be it cracking open, so that I can have it animate to, once all of the bees are killed, the hive falls off the tree and then cracks on the ground and fades away. I love these Like, this site is a hot mess. Yeah, but apparently that animation just doesn't exist. I know I've seen it in video games, but as far as a purchasable asset, apparently no one's done that. I am not about to put you to work on something like that. No, 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 no. Alright, let me try my hand at it. First, I need to find Beehive texture. Not honeycomb. Garbage internet. Fine, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna look on Fab. Honey. Oh. Oh, speaking of which, something that I got for Christmas that was awesome was a honey sampler. See what? I don't remember what it was called. But it wasn't this, but it was kind of like this. Just, and like the sizes that I got were half this size, but it was so cool getting to try honeys from different places in the world. And by far the most interesting flavor was, here's actually the one I got. By far the most interesting was Spanish Forest. It just had a lot more complexity and a sort of darker tone to the taste, and almost an herbal quality. It was very, very cool. Can't really see what that is from this, but this work? There we go. Yeah, so like this one had orange blossom, lavender, acacia, manuka, British wildflower, Spanish forest. So British wildflower was like your standard honey. Maybe like local honey flavor. Orange blossom and lavender are just like your standard store-bought honey. There, I could detect no difference in the taste. Acacia was... I'm trying to remember. I don't remember what that one tasted like. I want to say that... I don't remember. I just remember noting that the Spanish Forest had a much more complex flavor, which was very interesting. Anyway. Fun gift idea if you have anyone you know that might like to try different honeys. And I'm not even necessarily a big fan of honey, it was just a really interesting thing to be able to compare those side by side. What did I think of the Gamers Nexus video? I don't know what that is. What is Gamers Nexus video? For the video on this YouTube channel? Oh, yes. Sorry, brain did not remember that's what this guy's called. I checked it out. So not going to be super relevant to me since I don't use GeForce Now. And most people, I don't believe, are using GeForce Now. Yeah, like this, the only software I've got from NVIDIA is GeForce Experience. But specifically the stuff about scraping YouTube videos, which is not necessarily relevant to NVIDIA, but more to Google. There's a potential lawsuit there. And so I'm going to keep an eye on it. I guess I should probably catch everyone up who isn't watching that video that you guys don't have a link to. Basic idea of what's going on is if you play GeForce, anything on GeForce Now, NVIDIA is saying, oh, we own that footage and we're going to use it to train AI. And if I recall correctly, GeForce Now is their streaming of games, right? Yeah. That wasn't the only thing? What did I miss? Uh-oh, what did I miss? We talked about data scraping massive amounts of YouTube videos. Oh, yeah. The 80 million there has yet to be realized. Plus, consider how many YouTubers there are that have gaming footage. Or just how many YouTubers in general. Even if that 80 million gets realized, the amount that each YouTuber gets is going to be so tiny. Like, how many YouTube channels post? Okay, how many active YouTube channels? There you go, 60 million active. They also data scrape Netflix? Yeah, no, the Netflix one, that's a bigger lawsuit. A way bigger lawsuit. And part of the problem is establishing what the losses are. What are your damages? So when NVIDIA scrapes video footage, or Google scrapes video footage from YouTube videos, it's very, very hard to translate that into some sort of financial damage. And this is the problem going on with a lot of lawsuits. For example, the OpenAI one related to stealing, all the books in the world, basically. Well, how do you prove a loss of sales based on using it to train an AI? $60 million channels is not the same as videos. I agree, but 80 million. Oh, you were saying 80 million videos, not $80 million. Oh, yeah. So the issue is going to be establishing what the financial damages are for a scraped video. And this is, like I was saying, the same issue that they had in the court case with OpenAI regarding stolen books. Because the thing the AI is producing, or like the responses you get from an AI, are not really in competition with the books that were being scraped. So how do you prove damages there? Like, you can't prove lost sales of books. That's going to be basically impossible to prove. Because honestly, I don't think that you have seen a loss in sales of books. Further, most people don't read and research today, so could be in competition for videos that the AI makes film. Okay. Again, so even if that could be established, which I'm not convinced you can, but let's say you can establish that, how are you going to prove that like this goes back to the talking point we had I think a week ago, where how do you prove that this is not the same thing as someone making a new video on their own while referencing your video? How do you prove that? Like, if I'm looking for a beehive and I really like the way one beehive, the person has done their lighting, another one I like how they've done their modeling, and a third one I like how they've done their textures, and I decide to use those aspects or similar aspects when creating my own, have I stolen in that? Like, is that copyright infringement? It gets very hard to say. And I don't buy the argument that because it's AI doing it, that suddenly changes the practical matter at hand in law. Because as far as I'm concerned, the thing that AI is doing with a lot of image generation is not distinctly different from what a human does when they create art. Because the only legal distinction that I've heard is effectively an argument for the soul, which a legal system is not a great place to try and use the soul as an argument for why two things are not the same. Generally speaking, we keep our laws secular. And I guess I should be very clear. When I say the argument is on the basis of a soul, I'm not specifically saying the concept of soul, but the idea that because it's a conscious actor versus an automated process, that somehow changes how the law should apply, and I just disagree with that fundament. Like, for me, if I steal from a store versus if I create a robot designed to go steal from a store, both of those are the same thing, legally speaking, in my mind. By that same token, if something is not a crime, if I do it, then when I create a robot to do that same thing, it should also not be a crime. So if I hypothetically made an AI that got a model from... Wait. So if I hypothetically made an AI, got a model from another AI, then trained my AI with it, and the model looks very similar, then I couldn't be accountable. Huh? Hold on, first off, how do you make an AI that gets a model from another AI? I don't understand. But and then you're saying that after your AI acquires, somehow does this acquiring of a model of another AI for you. Oh, you're talking... Sorry. You're talking 3D models. Okay. Because I thought you were talking like AI model. So, hypothetically made an AI that got a model from another... so, first off, AIs do not acquire models. You acquire the model and then train your AI with it. Like the AI, as far as I know, AIs are not doing the scraping themselves. Okay. So you have scraped an AI for a 3D model. You then feed that into your AI as training data. I don't know why you're using the example of scraping an AI though, but okay. Like, I don't think that changes anything. Then produced a model that looks very similar. I couldn't be legally accountable. I never said that. So as long as I have an AI, there are AIs that produce models. So there's a big distinction between taking an asset and making something very similar based on that asset. So there's something very different between that and referencing 20 different assets to make a composite. That's a hugely different process. It was used for training, right? When you use reference images, like if you're painting, when you use reference images, that is used to train you. You are training using, like, you are a human, let's call it AI, that is being trained using those images. So you don't just need to explain to me that you want it to be illegal for the AI companies to do. You need to explain to me why it's different than if a human does the same process. How is that different? Because if I'm a human and I reference 20 different images and then I produce an asset from them that happens to look similar to one of them, I don't think you would consider that to be infringement. But when an AI does the exact same thing, like black box test of this scenario, you cannot tell the difference between the two. Why is it wrong for the AI to do it if it's okay for the human? Whether I use one image or multiple images, draw a piece inspired by it then. Okay. I mean, the law is pretty clear when a person uses one thing as reference and then makes something similar, that is copyright infringement. Like, court cases are pretty clear. So this should be the same for AI, but you're creating a straw man argument against AI. Your argument is that the AI is taking one model and using that to produce a similar model, which is not how AI works. At least not any AI that I've seen. AIs take typically thousands of reference data points. And in a lot of cases, hundreds of thousands of data points in order to produce an output. If anything, I think the stronger legal argument is that AIs are intrinsically incapable of infringing on copyright because of this. Like, so long as the AI isn't capable of so heavily weighting toward a single source that it's a copy, I don't see the legal argument that it is infringement if we're not going to say that an artist doing the same thing is infringement. Like, I still need you to explain to me why it's different when a human does it. They can take one image and one source and copies it exactly, but that's not. So if that were the case, then I agree it's cut and dry. But can you name a single AI that works the way you're describing? This is why I'm calling your example a straw man. Like, what AI does what you're describing right now? Let's start there. Ooh, I know one way I haven't searched this. Like with books, if the AI can reproduce the whole book for me word for word, then that would be evidence it does have that capability on media. Again, you are saying if. Please point to any AI that works the way you're describing. If you can point to an AI that does what you're describing, then we'll have something to talk about here. But if you're going to bring up a hypothetical when we're trying to talk about the practical implications in law, that's like we're trying to look like you've come up with a hypothetical and you're trying to paint actual real life court cases with that brush, which I'm finding an inappropriate thing to do. Like, that's not fair to the defendants in these cases. Like, we need to respect their legal claim as well. We need to test it, sure. But what I will say is, if that were possible, the plaintiffs in these cases would have alleged it, and they didn't. No plaintiff is alleging that the AIs are reproducing the whole product as is. No, as far as I've read in all these cases, no one has claimed that. Unless they haven't tested it. So, okay, let me ask this a different way. Do you want to talk about the real court cases that are happening, or do you want to talk about a hypothetical court case that hasn't happened? Those are two very different conversations, and I can have either of them. But it sounds like you want to demonize the AIs that are out there right now and the court cases that are happening while talking about a hypothetical that hasn't happened. And I'm not gonna conflate the two like that. So you let me know which of the two conversations you want, and we'll branch off from there. Wasp nests. Yes. No one calls them a bee nest, right? No one says that. Good. I was thinking hypothetically in that case. I just thought of the idea of testing them to see if they can some image pixel for pixel. So for image generation, I can guarantee for you that they cannot produce the same thing pixel for pixel. Even if the end result is literally the same image, knowing how those AIs work to some degree, the process it goes through will not be pixel for pixel reproduction. I can guarantee that for you. Now, the large language models, you maybe have a risk of them being able to reproduce a book. Maybe. But from my testing of a large language model AIs, like ChatGPT, Gemini, etc., anytime you get hyper-specific, like having it try to reproduce a text, it ends up hallucinating. I think there would be a way to show if it's same by hashing an original and see if an image produces the exact same hash. And I'm telling you, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that will not happen. Like, if that were to happen, I have massive questions for whoever made that AI, because that doesn't make any sense. At the very least, you would have different metadata, at the very least. And that would make the hash different. And metadata might not be the right term, but Like there's parts of the data other than the pixel information that affect the hash. Like I can produce two images that look identical to each other and have different hashes. Depends on if the AI can just pull a source from a file and then copy and paste. Again, I have not heard of any AI that can do that. And from my testing, like all the AIs I've tested are incapable of doing what you're describing. Like, in your hypothetical, then it's not even an AI at that point. Like, the process you're describing is just piracy. It's not an AI at that point. It's Napster. It's Pirate Bay. It's like, we're no longer in the realm of talking about AIs with the process you're describing. At that point, we're talking about just a library. Apparently today's video is going to be titled "Talking About AI Legal Stuff." An AI can be prompted to act as a library. So if that were the case, then you have essentially two applications. You have your library application, and separate to that, you have an AI that is your librarian. The AI is not like... There's no reason to conflate these two when they are not connected. Like, and to answer the question right now, if you try to create an application that is a library that serves up copyrighted material, that's copyright infringement. Plain as day. Now, having an AI that serves up those files, like, the AI is just acting as a front end in that case, and is completely and totally irrelevant to the copyright issue. So curious to see what results. What are you curious about? Like, to me, the example you've outlined is very cut and dry what the result would be. Like, you're talking about just having a repository of images, and you're using an AI as a search engine. That's all it is. And this is actually what AI is in general. Like, AI should never have been called AI. It should have been called Search Engine Plus. Because that's what AIs are. They scrape a bunch of data the same way search engines scrape the internet. By the way, and this actually brings about an interesting question. Copyrighted material. Should it be displayed in Google search results? Like, this to me is a much more interesting legal question. Like, and if you're gonna demonize AI for serving up search results, why is it not a problem when Google does it? Like, Halo Infinite. Right? I search Halo Infinite. I'm on Google's site and I'm seeing copyrighted materials. Why is this okay? And this to me is one of the strongest arguments in defense of AI doing exactly this. Yeah, like everyone is very, very emotional about this topic of AI. And no one is breaking down, or at least most people are not breaking down what are the functional aspects at play here. So the example you gave of an AI that's acting as a librarian, well, that's what Google is. Google is a very big librarian, right? By that same token, and actually Google does in a lot of ways now use an AI for serving up the search results. And their AI is not processing the image data. It's not generating anything unique. Like, it is just copy pasting. Like, this is the most cut and dry version of copyright infringement. And courts have ruled universally, no, this is not copyright infringement. Like, these are publicly available images and you are referencing them. So why is it wrong for an AI to do that? I would argue, as long as it's publicly available images and AI is linking to where it comes from, in your example, yeah, like, it's perfectly protected by the same court cases that protect Google. The issue for me comes when citation is not provided. And Google actually got in trouble on the subject of serving up information without linking. So these little blurbs that Google provides, and sometimes you'll have blurbs that are up here that, like, I'm not talking about the AI responses, I'm talking about where there's just like an information excerpt. I believe Google actually lost the lawsuit around that one, where this was specifically in reference to news publications, and Google was showing article content on the search results page. And Google got in a lot of trouble and lost a lot of money because, yeah, that's copyright infringement. You are directly disincentivizing, or disincentivizing isn't even the right word. You are providing a workflow to completely and totally circumvent a company's profits from their product. Yeah, no, that's obvious copyright infringement. Now, AI, like ChatGPT will do this, it will, and I think there's actually a strong legal claim against them in this matter, where AI will show you an excerpt from an article, and depending on how much is shown, I think there's a very strong legal argument that news publications could pursue going after AI models. So, there's and I think the big takeaway from this conversation that a lot of people need to consider is turn down the emotions when you're trying to analyze what's going on with AI and copyright, because your emotions are not going to have any effect on whether or not something is or is not infringement. All that's going to matter is what is the AI actually doing? Like, what is it doing with the data? Does that cause financial losses to the original author? And is it infringement, or is it creative expression? Because and this goes back to the example I was giving earlier. Like, if I commit a crime versus I create a robot to commit a crime for me, legally, I don't feel those should be different. And that's where I stand on the whole AI thing. Now, as far as what I personally feel about AI, I think it's a net negative and is going to harm our societies. That is completely and totally different from the legal arguments. Not that I've thought about this deeply at all. No. Barely thought about these ideas at all, guys. That is adorable. Oh, I've seen this author before. I just never looked at their page. Chat, it's a beehive. Can I use it? Like, I'd probably remove the eyes, but, and like resize some stuff, but if it's animated. Ooh. It has animations, chat. I like your response, chat. It dies! Yes. Yes, it does. Yeah, I don't like the death animation. That was a very lame animation. I do not plan on having a sentient beehive. What? Yeah, man. Always happy to have discussions breaking that stuff down. I think it is super useful for helping us further our understanding of the implications of a technology within different spheres. In this case, legal spheres. Hell, I've even thought about buying some of them. Huh. It has been quite a while since I looked at this author's stuff, though. question. Why did I not find that beehive? Or why is this not in my search? Like, I really want to know why that's not in the but it's not tagged as animated. Seriously? Authors, get your act together. Yeah, so they just did not put the data here to say that it's animated. Oh, bother. Which means there could be amazing assets that I need to search for. Yeah, why is this such a pain? Ooh, there's another way to search this. What about a breakable beehive? Like, there's tons of games where you can, like, take an axe to a beehive and it breaks open. What about that? Or for that matter, if I just find a broken one, I know how to do the animation for the rest of it. Hello, Shutterstock. I'm assuming you have nothing useful. Huh? Chat, what is wrong with the internet? I search broken beehive or broken hive and I get feet. What is wrong with the internet? I am so offended. See, broken. Not going to give me anything, I know it. Why? Oh, by the way, for anyone who missed the post in Discord, I want to share something baffling. Here we are. Copy. So I was strolling around the internet and I found this. A bed! A king-size bed. A very nice king-size bed. For over $400,000! Huh? Excuse me? Is that in another currency maybe? No. No, no. My understanding is that is US dollars. And notice, some beds can't just be bought online. This premier mattress is one of them. Please call or fill out the form, and one of our luxury mattress experts will contact you. No, this is a physical bed. Like, you can sleep on this thing. But at that price, will it do my taxes for me? Will it fill the hole in my soul? Vividus offers the ultimate mattress perfection. The luxury bed of luxury beds. The result of Hassan's century-long passion for craftsmanship and passion for expert bed and mattress making. Hassan's Vividus is a showcase of the finest natural materials, painstaking traditional handcraft, and detailing. And to experience the Vividus sleep is like touching a dream. Quite simply, it's the best and most luxurious bed Hassan's has ever made. This is the ultimate perfection, the result of our centuries-long passion for... You're repeating yourself. Nobody in the history of mankind had ever before slept in a bed like the Hassan's Vividus. Are you one of the privileged who ever will? Schedule an appointment today to try the Vividus in our Chicago, Dallas, and Naples locations. During your private experience, you'll be guided through Vividus' story, Hassan's homage to the uncompromising obsession of quality, care, and passion, all to convey the tireless dedication to your perfect sleep. Immerse yourself in tranquility and elevate your sleep experience with a bed like no other. One comment I saw online was, at that price, it had better make me age 1 day younger every time I sleep in it. I agree. Like, I don't care how good a bed is. It should not cost more than your house. And this costs more than double the price that I was willing to pay for a house a few years ago. Like, is this like spun from the silk of space moths? Like, we flew to Mars and found moths there, and we're making fabric out of their silk. Is that what's happening? No? Okay. Looks like an ugly blue and white bed. Well, you would probably put sheets and stuff over it. So you're not seeing the mattress. Like, this is a mattress. It's a ridiculously overpriced mattress. They don't even show the tech involved. Oh, you're right. They don't. Oh, man. And the fact that you go through a consultation. And I was reading somewhere that part of the consultation is like a test sleep. Like, you go to their locations and you sleep on a bed to test it out whether or not you like it. Like, there was another product, $1.4 million. Let me see if I can find this. It was either 1.4 million or... What was it? Oh, no, it was $14 million. Not 1.4. 14. Yep. It's lipstick and mascara for $14 million. 24 karat gold with diamonds inlaid all throughout. And it comes with a lifetime warranty from a company that no longer exists. Oh, and it wasn't 24 karat gold, it's 18 karat gold. Holy cow. Oh, no, it doesn't exist anymore. It did exist. And maybe people bought it. At such affordable prices. Whatever could have happened? And I just find the response here, that's capitalism for you? No. This is not capitalism. This is... I don't even know what to call this. This is like bizarre products designed only for the ultra rich. Like, guess what? That has existed in every society ever. Like, go back to feudal era of basically anywhere that practiced feudalism. And books were obscenely expensive, and only the aristocracy could buy books. You know, before the printing press. So, and there were massive industries behind making books and making money off of overpriced books. Well, and it's hard to call them overpriced at the time because, of course, they were made by hand. But no, if you see products that are like only meant to be bought by the obscenely rich, well, that's been in every society that's ever existed, because catering to the ultra rich is a quick way to get money from the ultra rich. Like the Emperor's New Clothes, where he pays an exorbitant price for nothing. I don't know that the parallel is as strong as you would like it to be. I see what you're going for, but I don't know the parallel is quite there. Because the reason a rich person buys this product or buys that bed is in order to convey their status. This is very much the super rich person's version of long painted nails that we were talking about last week. The reason you wear oversized painted nails is as a status symbol. It's pathetic. Why? Like, this is one thing that I don't fully understand, is hating on rich people for spending money frivolously. Because what happens to that money when they spend it frivolously? Well, let's say someone buys this makeup, the mascara and lipstick, $14 million. Well, they're paying taxes on that. So what is U.S. national average sales tax? I just want the average across the nation. I don't want all of them individually. Fine, we're just going to call it 5%. So 14 million times. Okay, so off of that one purchase, we have $700,000 in tax revenue. Further, the company that produced that product now has that 14 million. Okay. Well, they're paying income tax on it. Okay. Or capital gains tax. So let's call it what? Probably an average of around 20%. Okay, so we got that. 14 divided by 5, that. Okay, so $3.5 million in tax revenue off of a sale of a single item. So if the argument is that, like, this is hurting society and we want to tax the rich to get that money back into society, well, we're already taxing it heavily, right? So they made a stupid purchase. $3.5 million goes to the tax coffers. Okay. Let's see. Then so that leaves 11 million, let's say. The money could be spent on things that directly help other people, but I didn't think about how the actual purchase could actually benefit society through taxes. So it does more than just benefit through taxes, because that 11 million, where does that go? Well, that now goes to the company that made product, right? What does that money do? They pay their employees. And of course, a hefty sum goes to the CEO of that company, right? Well, let's say they're taking half of that, okay? Well, that's still $5.5 million that's being circulated to employees. And we've already taken out income tax, so don't worry about that part. So now this is quality, high-paying jobs for potentially thousands of people. Like, let's see. Let's say we want to pay people $100,000. Well, that's what? 50 people? That's their salary off of selling a single product. Don't know if the employees get a huge share of that money versus just getting a minimum wage. So typically in industries like the one we're looking at, the people are highly paid. Particularly because you're needing people that are experts in diamond crafting. But regardless, we're talking about a purchase of a single item being enough to pay the wages for a year of, what, 50 people to live comfortably? Semi-comfortably in today's economy? Like, potentially enough to raise a family on, depending on where you live. and the CEO is still taking $6 million roughly home from this one sale. Right? Like, the idea that money being spent frivolously by a rich person is somehow harming society, I've never bought that argument, because the money is circulating. Like, the argument that there are rich people that just sit on their money is much stronger as a harm to society than when people complain about rich people spending money on stupid stuff. Like, spending money on stupid stuff is how you extract money from the wealthy. That's the best way to extract money from the wealthy. And the fastest. Like, one, it's not in any way related to theft. Like, if we just arbitrarily decide to tax someone more, that's theft that's voted in democratically. However, if we provide silly products that the rich decide to spend their money on and waste their money on, well, that takes money from the rich and puts it into someone else's hands, at the very least. Like, you are taking a large sum of money and putting it in another person's hand that may or may not spend it frivolously. And so long as you have enough of those exchanges going on, the money has to, in some proportion, end up in the hands of poorer people, which, when we're talking about someone who's buying lipstick for $14 million, that's everyone else. Like, these prices, we're not even talking about the 1% anymore. We're talking like 1% of 1% of 1%. There's like maybe a dozen people on planet Earth that bought that lipstick. And I'm willing to bet most of them almost certainly never used it. Like, they kept it as a collector's item, as a symbol of their status, which, selling status to rich people is a great way to have their money flow to you. Very, very smart. Remember when I was supposed to be working today? I remember that. Pepperidge Farm remembers. Yeah, but this has been good. Like, delving into the copyright stuff with AI and search engines, I think that's super relevant. And this tangent about rich people stuff. Like, I just find it entertaining to see what kinds of things the uber rich are spending money on. Not because I think it's bad that they're doing it, I just find it interesting. Like, these are things, even if I had billions of dollars, I would not spend my money buying those things. But I also do not see it as in any way immoral for a rich person to buy silly things. Like, one of them that was silly, and it was absolutely a silly purchase. As far as net positives for society at scale, probably not much. Rupert Grint. Ice cream. Assuming this was not a fake story, but I don't believe it was. So Rupert Grint took his money from Harry Potter, bought an ice cream truck, and then just went out handing ice cream to kids. That's a silly purchase. And this is someone who had a whole bunch of money and spent it frivolously and manufacturer of that ice cream truck. They got a whole bunch of money and paid their employees. The ice cream that he bought and gave away, that money went to employees. And I'm including CEOs as employees in this example. As long as people are spending money, the idea that almost any purchase is somehow harmful to society is, I've never bought the argument. I found it silly. Because at the very least, it's being taxed. At the very least, it's being taxed. At the very best, it's paying people's salaries. Like, these over-the-top silly purchases are giving a lot of people good-paying jobs. Let's take a break, because I have a feeling chat may want to expand on this topic. I wonder if you could find reference pics by freezing a YouTube video's picture of a beehive. That would be copyright infringement. Are you wanting to make me one of these evil AIs that you're describing? Chat. Why? You get through making all these points about how evil stealing stuff is, and then you're like, well, why don't you just steal? Oh, thanks, chat. Thank you so much. Just to get an idea to be inspired for a beehive? For a 3D model? I don't know. Sounds fishy. Vampirism. Why are the spirits not tagging? Ah! Hey. How are we doing? Song, Blood Song, Vampirism. Pain. Yeah, I can't see. No, 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 no. Yeah. Come on. Come on, Shadow Song. Get in there. Okay. Wait for this to dissipate. Oh, did I start the... I did start the timer, good. You could use numerous videos. I think just in case there is money if the... I think just in case there is money if the legislation changes, you put a statement in your videos that your videos to train AI is not allowed. Don't know what is going to happen, but my hunch is... So first off, because I do not specify, the copyright for my videos falls under a combination of YouTube's terms of service and the default copyright in the United States, which is you cannot use my video for anything unless YouTube has already specified it. So me putting a disclaimer in my videos doesn't actually change anything legally. Well, I got away, sort of. Dude, I need you guys to attack faster. Thank you. Man, that is way too close. Oop. You're just pondering stiff? Oh. Punch that after there are established AI companies, that the AI companies themselves... Ooh, what are you doing? No. No bueno. Okay. We're okay. We're okay. We are okay. Rush is really trying to figure out what to do here. Oh, I'm too close. Whoa, why? Oh, he's spawning that from all the corpses. I see. Yeah, I think I'm gonna just ignore that giant group of terrifying monsters, and we will attack after they pass. Yeah, no, we're not doing that. So my theory about how I can attack boss and be totally safe and be mostly safe Oh, that was interesting. Why are you not attacking? Lady, just fight the spirits. Okay, time to reset. Oh no. Oh, perfect. Is there a buff that reduces your threat to reduce your aggro when other things attack? Nope. Well, I'm dead. I am so dead. And my only choice is to run. Yeah, that son of a gun! Don't really have time for another run, but and we do the first part again. Ugh. Oh god. No, 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 no. Okay, there. Pop this. Dunk. Signet. Emperor's moved back. Good. Uh-oh. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh, God. No, 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 no. Please. No! Mm. Why can't Shadow Song last just a little longer? Let's do that. Make my spirits a little bit tankier. Nope. Attack vampirism, please. Attack something that's not me. Oh, son of a gun. Yeah, I think this runs over. Oh yeah. Yeah. I don't really get what I can be doing differently. It is very clear though that Shadow Song is the linchpin of this fight. There we go. That blindness is ridiculously important. Uh-oh. No, 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 no. Poop! Poop! All the poop! Yeah, I'm dead. Yeah. Yeah, if she puts those vortexes in the wrong spot, there's not a whole lot I can do. Because I also can't run to the center or else I am so dead. Oh, I messed up. I messed up big time there. Yep, I'm dead. Maybe not. No, why? 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 Come on. Shadow Song. Excellent. And Shadow Song is not being attacked. Oh no, Shadow Song is being attacked. I need to get some space. Come on. Attack someone else. And now they're not attacking at all. Why? Or... Good. Vampirism back up. Get her coming over here. Good. Oh, bother. No. Okay. No! Bad. Bad spirits. Okay. We somehow managed. Those guys are basically in sync, so that's fine. We're actually closer in sync than last time. That works. Move. That slow is way too strong. And they just decided to... So, first off, my spirits decided to split focus for some reason. And the enemies are just not attacking spirits. So Herald of Nightmare needs to be my first target. I'm learning. Slowly but surely I am learning. I think to create the animation, something you could do is have the original Beehive 3D model and have smaller bees cover the Beehive and have the Beehive fall. Where it falls, it's going to be going transparent, and when it hits the ground, the bees scatter like particles. Given the sizes at play, the bees that you're thinking will be particles will be like less than a pixel in size. Assuming you wouldn't have to show the Beehive cracking. Only need to have a base model that you turn transparent. Particles that look like bees. Maybe. This is gonna be a... So, the bees are gonna be too... The bee particles would be too small, like, I can't do less than a pixel. Let's just grab a Beehive. Ooh, hold on. I just had a maybe super smart idea. An egg. Because an egg is a very similar shape to a beehive. The beehive just has some more details. So what if there is an egg that has an animation of cracking open, like this one? It would break differently? This is good enough. Remember, this is gonna be like 30 pixels tall, so it doesn't need to be amazing. And for that matter, excuse me, what I can do is take a model like this one that has this crack pattern. I can, let's see. Is there a way to move the whoop to the Beehive? Dang it, stupid censoring. 1 second. Come on, Twitch. Show me what chat said. I need to fix that. Move the... Why did it censor the word crack to the Beehive? And yes, I think there is a way to move it to the Beehive. I'm gonna try that. Let me see if I can fix the, Okay, so what do we have on here that's censoring stuff? Time, no badges. Out. What? Didn't even say the V word. No. That's weird. Why would it? Hold on. Let me look at something else. Because it wasn't censored on screen that I could see. Overlay. Where are you? Oh wait, it's over here. That's right. What is different between these two? Parent, go time. Those aren't relevant to the other view. View only, smooth, no badge. Time, by adding. Bubble, no avatar. They're the same. So what? Why is it censored over? Oh, wait. No, that doesn't make sense. No, that doesn't. Maybe OBS is doing it. That'd be weird, but yeah, that's what's happening. I don't know. I don't know what to do about that. Do I have something over here that's doing something weird and wonky? session is the same. That's not relevant. I don't know. I see nothing meaningfully different. The showtime is not relevant. Parent, that makes sense. I've been ever done. Yeah. That's so weird. OBS filter. Curse words? Huh. Maybe there's something in like setting. Video recording stream to automatic connect. There's nothing. That is just bizarre. All right. One other way I can potentially handle that. No. Stop. Stop it. Stop it. Thank you. I'll just make a duplicate of the on-screen chat in a browser. Cool. That's one way to handle it. Bit heavy-handed, but that'll do it. All right, so let's find a cracked egg. And actually, I don't even necessarily need that. Let's just find a beehive. Because, like, I can do a semi-random pattern for the break line. If I can't handle that, I need to, you know, give up this whole endeavor. So I can handle that. Where was the really nice looking guy? Probably over on CG Trader. Let me just search one thing. Nope. I really like this one. It's not what I need for the aesthetics for my game, but how adorable is this thing? It's just a cutie patootie bee. Yeah, no, it's, for whatever reason, it's only being censored in my dock in OBS, by the way, the word crack. And I don't get it. Don't understand. This one's kind of good. Why do none of them have decent texturing? Like, these textures are absolute garbage. This one's pretty good. We'll take a look at that one. This one. And okay, so people are listing it as two separate words as well. Not the same, just very similar. See, royalty free, royalty free. I want a little more texture to it, a little more rustic. These are just a bit too smooth. Free? I like that word. But that's like photorealistic. I'm not trying to go for photorealistic. Trying, like, what I'd really like is like the perfect thing Don't make me sign in. Don't make me sign in, please. Oh, good. If I could find something in the same style as, like, Lil Puppin Die or Enhance, if I could find something in either of those styles, that's kind of what I'm looking for. Fortunately, this is like photorealistic. Isn't gonna. Hey, that looks familiar. And sometimes it's the hardest thing for me is just picking out an asset. What if I go with something like this and then overlay another texture just to sort of dirty it up? Maybe that's the play. This thing is way too golden. This one, if I dirty it up a little bit, darken it slightly, this probably... Okay. One moment. Let me just make sure you guys can't see this. Good. Okay, give me my model. Voice. Good, 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 good. And no sensitive information on. That's not the right window. Oh, it's a blend file. Yeah, but I can get the FBX. Good. Blender. Still want a shadow. It's so tiny! Oh, it's adorable. Itty bitty. Alright, so probably don't want the hand. Oh, that's... There we go. Let's pick up. Couldn't find Beehive texture, so you looked up paper mache? Nice. I've got an idea of how to give it some texture. What I'm gonna do... I'm gonna take these colors and overlay a semi-transparent version of it. That is the plan. What software do I want to do this? I don't know. Who in what software? Actually, before I even do that, let's just see things like size. First off, let's just see how this render goes. Get some basics out of the way. No shadow right now. So if I'm gonna hang these from one of these trees, what is the biggest I can allow it to go? Probably somewhere around... That's only 26 pixels. That's already 25. Okay. Hide the backup. We're not going to talk about that. Shh. All right. Now, how do I want to create this shape? Actually, question, just to ask the internet. Under break delete. Tutorial, we will learn how to create an animation of an object breaking apart. I'd do it like you described. Tried with self fractures plus annotation pen to create more breaks per area. Scaled them in size from the original. Don't touch and explode. Press F3 and look for quick explode. Okay. Let's just save where we're at right now. Great. Quick explode. Oh. I had no idea it was going to be that simple to, like, obviously this isn't how I want this to look, but the fact that it just kind of happened with a single button press is crazy. So can I not, like, customize how it explodes? Blender simulate object falling and breaking on ground. That seems reasonable. How to make an object fall and break in Blender. Yeah, that. How do? Get extension. Cell fracture. Oh. Line. Edit. Reference. Is DumDum actually creating models himself? No. You know that's not going to happen here. Where have you been? I bought this. Like all my models. Well, welcome back from death. Right. Okay. How do I use this thing? Delete this camera as well as this light. What did you do? Object. Quick effects. All frame. Ooh. How about that? All right. That is not the kind of fracturing I want. Try again. Wish there was a way to, like, preview it. Let's do 8 pieces. I think that's what that does, maybe. That looks kind of decent, maybe. Okay, now how do I get it to actually animate? Mr. Next Gen Blogger. I need to make each of them rigid body. Okay. That physics. And I guess let's make that rigid body as well. I think I'm done. Hmm. It's not half bad. Just like that. That's not bad at all. Like, it's pretty decent. No. One bit more. I like it. Yeah, it kind of works. Now, how am I going to render it? Don't need this right now. What do I want to use? Oh, also. That's kind of amazing how well that works. Like, kind of shocking. Not paint. Aroma's probably. My theory, which may be incredibly stupid. Do I not have a smudge tool in this? Really? Huh. Smudge. Alright. This is not the app to use. Fifth. I actually think this might be about time to call stream for the day. Yeah, let's go a little longer. Not too much. So. Here's my theory. Basically just want a noisy texture for this. Okay. Boop. How do I apply the crop? Right. Give me a new layer. I don't care what. Interesting how big that texture is given the simplicity of the gradients. How do I size it? Why is that doing nothing? Just want to resize my selection. Why is that not immediately obvious how to do? Okay. Again, how to resize select. Edit row. Huh? It's not doing anything. What's the point of this garbage? Couldn't find them or get them to work. Resize a non-rectangular collection. Corresponding tool outside the current collection. Man, people's ability to communicate about certain tools is just bafflingly bad. There we go. Found it. With no help from Reddit. Huh? What? Whatever. Whatever. Fine. How do I make a layer more transparent? Kind of expected this to just work. If that works. Why does that do nothing? You know, one thing I'm really tired of is having to learn everything from scratch. Player mask. Sure. Huh? What? Why are you going away? Oh. Yeah, that doesn't look very good, does it? Looks kind of awful. Maybe Blender has like a built-in way to do this. looks messy node-wise, but basically it's just mix color nodes one after the other with every subsequent layer texture. Yeah, but you still gotta have the textures ready. Yeah, no. Let me try. Flat up a little bit. It does. Good. And dirtying it up after it's in the dough is a little easier. That is pretty cool. So what I can do is just put together a script that sets specific frames, scene, then render an image. And I'll slap them together myself afterward. One thing to look at . Not bad. I'm shockingly happy with how that turned out. And I think what I'll do is have this be the first frame when it starts falling. Like, have the cracks form as it starts falling. Pretty happy with that. Let's go ahead and just to compare the sizes of things. To make sure it actually fits on the tree, not just pretends to. Chat. That looks pretty decent. I'm pretty okay with that. Doesn't really work on the smaller trees. But like tucking it right there kind of works. And I might actually put multiple different anchor points. This is kind of cool. I'm pretty happy with this. Okay, that's enough for today. I'm happy with the results. We'll do some fine-tuning tomorrow, of course. Probably not quite so much outline. Yeah. Awesome! And while very, very, very simplistic, I've made my first animation. It only took 2 years. Anyway. Call it there on the development stuff. And I think I'm good not dirtying up the texture. Like, this is just not working. Let's do one final attempt at this garbage mission. Yeah, it's only garbage because I'm doing the whole solo-y thing. Actually, we'll do up to 2 attempts if I fail in the first phase. But if we get to second phase, I'm only doing 1. No. Leave my vampirism baby alone. Five. Oh no. Oh no. No! What? It's so weird that she just decides to not to ignore spirits from time to time. And I can survive a grand total of 3 hits. So weird. This way. Why are you targeting that one? That's not the one I want you fighting. Well, it's fine for now, I guess. Oop. On, go. Should be good. Got it. Yeah, I summoned that too early. What? Got him. All right. Herald of Nightmares is target number 1. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. Dead. Yep. There's absolutely nothing I could do. And they split targets. I'll do one more since that was fast. No matter what happens, this is the last one for the day. Even if it's a disappointing loss in first phase. I don't understand. All that to get you in the right position, you're like, nah. No, 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 no! Garbage! No, no, no. Oh boy. Yep, I'm dead. How did I not die? I don't understand. But I'll take it. No, 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 no. Please, please. Oh my God. Shadow Song. Get that damage out there, please. Oh God. Okay. And okay. Yep, here we go. Okay. We're okay. Sort of. I don't love that, but we're kind of okay. Actually, they're tapered enough that I can probably pick off the back one on the next go around. Nope, 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 please. Son of a gun. Gun. No, 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 no. Not that. Not that. Anything but that. Okay, that's it. Like, we have a route to success. It's just a long one and a tedious one. But it's a route to success. Alright. But we now have a beehive. And it can fall apart. So, there you are. Folks, thank you so much for joining. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something. If you did, please give the video a share. Maybe you know someone that wants to learn game dev along with us. Or, on days like today, maybe you just know someone who likes to talk a lot and ruminate on topics like the implications of AI and copyright, or what happens with rich people's money. Anyway, also an extra special thank you to my supporters on Ko-fi. Thank you all so much. And above all, guys, y'all have an outstanding day. Take care, everyone.